All right, thank you for your patience. Apparently, we're technically back. No open forum candidates, I gather. All right. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda of January 9th, 2023 as circulated. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? And that is carried. All right. Communication from mayor and council. Let's start with, I forget which way I did last time. So I'm going to start on this side first, and I think that's Councillor Cooper. We'll start with Councillor Cooper, followed by Hazelton and Graziano, please. Sorry? Oh, sorry, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Jarvis has asked that he go first, if you don't mind.
It is all about fairness, isn't it?
Councillor Jarvis, please.
I actually have little to report other than
I'm going to talk over Councillor Jarvis.
we can talk at the same time. I don't have a lot to report other than a few issues with constituents over the holiday period and the special council meeting. So I don't think I have anything further to report because we had no committee of adjustment. I can report, actually I should report that Seg Bay has been moving forward. They have a new chair of the board, Arthur, and who has, I guess his stake in the community is through the Baxter Ward Riders, the snowmobile group. And he's been working very, very industriously moving Seg Bay forward, which is nice to see. A lot of energy now at that level that I had not seen in a while. And looking forward to see what they have on the slate for us in the coming year. But other than that, that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
I'm so delighted to hear all the exciting things that are going on in Councillor Jarvis's life. He had to start first. But all joking aside, it was most interesting, Councillor Jarvis. I found that December was busy with constituent work, etc. Lots of meetings with the district and the township, orientation, etc., etc., etc. But nothing more orientation oriented than anything else, so to speak. And that's all I have to report today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back and forth here. So now I'm going to go Councillor Predko, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mayor. So my update is very similar to Councillors Cooper and Jarvis. It was a great deal of conversations with individual residents and people that are in my ward. And the budget meeting that we had earlier on this month, but that's it was all fruitful conversations, but no big events.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Surprisingly busy over a so-called festive season. So lots of phone calls and emails that continue to kind of trigger ideas about what we could or should be doing and what we are doing. Just piling on, so to speak, with a future resolution or discussion that Councillor Predko has. I had the opportunity to experience hydro loss at my cottage and water buildup in my basement, and not a fun experience, but in today's world where hydro does remote meter reading, I can't believe that they can't read my meter and know that it's dead and don't need me to go up there and physically be there to report it. So serious issues I think we have on the hydro front. But also I had the opportunity of meeting Jennifer, the photographer, in Barrie on a one-on-one, and got all dressed up and pose this way and pose that way, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of photos come out of that. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, followed by Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A busy month in December, a lot of training and our first council meetings at the District of Muskoka. There was appointments made by Chair Jeff Lehman to the different committees. I was appointed to both the Health Services Committee and to the Community Planning and Services Committee, which I'm looking forward to sitting on. Outside of that, meeting with constituents within wards 1 and 3, which is new for me because I didn't take a lot of time in Ward 1 in the last 2 terms, and I've had very positive feedback about both of the new councillors that are working in wards 1 and 3. So congratulations to them. You're making an impact already. And to our staff, especially our operations department, I want to express great thanks for the work that you did over the Christmas season. While we were sitting in our living rooms with our families, you were out plowing and working, and I'd like to express thanks to our operations department. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, December has been a very busy month on my end as well. I visited a constituent regarding a severance application that they're putting forward to the township. I received numerous phone calls with regards to the snowstorm, as well as endeavored to go out and help dig out some constituents and neighbors of mine as well. During the month, I also met with both 6 Mile Lake associations regarding our community plan and a potential OPA that's upcoming. I also met with yourself, Mayor, and our the GPCA with regards to floating homes. And so that concludes my action items for the month. I also do want to extend a thank you to our operations team for doing such a fantastic job during such a heavy storm. They were out, they got the roads cleared, and they continue to help us, and we're very reactive to at least my inquiries through them. So with that said, that concludes my December. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just follow up on the last two councillors commenting. I think that the operations department and our emergency services department did a bang up job over what was supposed to be a long Christmas weekend where everybody could enjoy their families. Instead, they were out on the road, so to speak, or trying to find the road, depending upon where they were. And I think we should be very appreciative of all the work they did in a time when they would much rather be with their family. And yes, there is an item coming up later in the agenda where that will be confirmed. But I also had a reasonably busy past month, and in spite of, you hope it would be a little quieter. And a lot of it had to do with district and the changes taking place in district, and the new people. I've met with a number of them. I've meeting with a couple of different mayors on things going forward, and as Councillor Bocek commented, the new appointments and the new committees being formed, and that's all going to be kicking into gear very soon. Next week's district week, and we'll get. And this week we have a couple of district orientation sessions coming up, so that's going to be very interesting. And as you may have caught in from the prior. Our last deputation, have been also talking to numerous people with regards to the hospital funding in our area versus just the Highway 11 corridor. So it's been a very interesting, lots of conversations, and I think on behalf of all council, to anybody who's listening, greatly appreciate the input from our constituents. It's very helpful, and keep those cards and letters coming, as the expression goes. And with that, over to our CEO, Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor. Good to see you. Yeah, I think it's been a bit, even though we've had Christmas, it seems like it's been so long ago. I'd like to report that the Mayor and I are going to the Aroma Conference, and we do have a delegation with the Ministry of Red Tape Reduction. And we're going to ask if they can assist us with cutting some red tape on the matter of the floating accommodations. We're going to be working closely with the Gloucester Pool Cottages Association to present a solid submission package. I was also successful in obtaining a scholarship valued at around $650 to attend a National Municipal Administrators Conference here in Muskoka. That's happening in towards the end of May. And also kudos to the Sustainability Department, because they've both worked hard to try and promote Georgia Bay Township during this period. And we're going to try and set up some boat tours leaving Honey Harbor and going to Beau Soleil Island. So we want to try and showcase Georgia Bay Township for the whole of at the federal level, really, when all these visitors come in from across Canada. Obviously, we work together with staff in providing research material for council to help them with their budget deliberations. And obviously, we've been very active in trying to secure some additional planning bench strength. Work in progress still going on there. And last but not least, I have started to personally work on a revised short-term rental policy based on council's feedback at the last meeting. That's my update.
Well, thank you very much. And with that, I would suggest we go to the staff report section of our agenda. And our first staff report is Muskoka Labor Attraction and Retention RED Grant Funding. Ms. Walton, I believe that is you making the presentation.
Your Worship and Council, Happy New Year. Wish you all a prosperous year ahead of you. So I don't know if you had the opportunity to read through the report that was submitted. And then district councilors, you probably had the opportunity to already hear this as of December 19th. The presentation was made to district. Just one second. We, Township of Georgian Bay, together with our counterparts of the District of Muskoka, partnered on a RED grant, a Rural Economic Development grant put forth by OMAFRA. So with that grant, we proposed the MRTIF, so Muskoka, just one second. So many acronyms.
Economic Recovery Task Force.
That's it. I didn't get much time to sit on that before it's kind of dissolved a bit, but we are still strong as a EDO group and working together with the district. So we came up with this plan to help with labor retention and attraction. Because, as you know, across the board, across province, across Canada, it is an issue. More so, especially in the rural areas. And Muskoka is different. We're different than Toronto. We're different than Sudbury, Timmins, even if you want to compare us to the north. We have a large landscape. We have different jobs that we offer, and we're mostly tourism. So with that, we came out with two things that we wanted to get from this grant. One, a regional job board that we're working and will host on our Venture Muskoka website. This job board, we're looking at more as it will bring in from all different job boards, like using Indeed, Monster, ZipRecruiter, stuff like that. It will compile all of the jobs that are available in the area, who to contact. If you have the opportunity to take a look at our Venture Muskoka website, also our Facebook page and LinkedIn, that'd be a great opportunity for you to see kind of what I'm talking about. We also will be working on a Muskoka retention strategy. Is that what it's called? Sorry, just 1 second. Yes, so the retention strategy. And with this, we'll look at attraction activities. We'll hire a consultant. So the RFP went out last week to hire a consultant to work with all 7 districts or all 7 municipalities and towns to create a plan and an implementation strategy to find people, to get people the homes that they need when they do come here, because that's also a big part of this is housing. You know, when you're talking about employment, you're also talking about housing. You're talking about what can we offer them? What makes them want to come here? So we'll be working on that plan closely with a consultant. We won't have the results of the RFP until the end of January. We will also be looking at skills and development and retraining and how we can help our labor force or our labor market here develop the skills necessary. Can we work with the high schools or the colleges? Can we get programs up here? What does that look like for us? So that's pretty much the end, the wrap up of the project. And if you have any questions, feel free.
Thank you very much. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Trish, for the presentation. Just one very quick question. The contribution for the township this year is $225. What's the longevity of the project and what will the future investment be? Do you know?
Currently, so the $2,500 investment is for the year. That is our contribution to hire the consultant, work on a marketing plan, as well as design the strategy. So the longevity of the program is to get that strategy. And then afterwards, the implementation of the projects that come out of it will have to be identified individually and then brought forth to next budget, probably.
Okay, so would you expect there will be updates to council through the year then on the progress being made on the strategy and what it looks like it'll be for the future?
Absolutely. I think on a regular basis, we can supply like just even a note on council agendas like consent, hey, this is what's happened. This is what we're working towards for the future. And also it'd be a great opportunity to get your insight as well into this project. So we'll probably be sitting down with a consultant and with you guys as well as all the constituents of the area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Just following up on Councillor Predko's comments and your replies. The total financial outlay when you allow for the grant that came in, et cetera, is $130,000, correct? That's not to hire one person to do consulting work, correct?
So we put out the RFP. We have we looked at about 60,000 for a budget for that. And then the remainder of the budget goes towards the work job board, as well as marketing and implementation. So there's different avenues of this, and I can break it down further with you once we know from the RFP what that looks like.
Okay, then just to follow up, earlier in the report, you talk about bringing in business support organizations. What constitutes a business support organization? You said ZipRecruiter. Is that sort of part of that? Is that in the category or not?
No, I would say that's part. When I brought up ZipRecruiter or Indeed, those are job boards that people frequent, and we would be able to pull some of the data from those job. Sorry, one second. Those job boards. When I'm talking about business support, you're talking about like the Chamber of Commerce, the BIAs, local, so employment agencies that we have. North Simcoe also has like North Simcoe Employment Agency, working with different organizations like that.
So when you say BIAs, would something like SegBay be part of this as well then?
Absolutely. So that
we are in discussions with them.
yeah, like I can't say for certain. I did notify them that the application was sent, but waiting until we had further information to contact them and let them know what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Graziano, please.
Tricia, thank you for the report. Just a couple of things, and I'm glad to hear, by the way, that you're going to consult with your council, because I'm just a little bit concerned about the sort of direction that this would go with respect to it being across Muskoka. In other words, one size fits all in terms of the marketing and positioning of our township versus the rest of Muskoka. And the reason I mention that is that, in the other 5 municipalities, I would suggest that tourism is number one. It really isn't in our township. It's quite the opposite. Our economy is basically revolves around 2 major areas. One, the biggest and by far the largest employer, I think, aside from the township of Georgian Bay administration, is basically our marinas that are up and down Georgian Bay area, and construction companies. So that is quite a bit different from the major employers in most of the other parts of Muskoka. So I think it would be important for this group to sit down with our council to understand what the job challenges are, what the recruitment challenges are in our particular area, and that tourism is not job one for us. And are you aware of the fact that tourism is really a very small aspect of our economy? Thank you.
Ms. Walton.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cooper, I can identify what our number one sector is, especially if I have all the information in front of me, and I don't at this current time, but I can tell you that I, at these meetings, are very actively promoting the Township of Georgian Bay and what it looks like for us. And that when I sit down with the one person that will be putting the strategy together, I do know in hopes that the individual also sees what our potential is and how different we are from the District of Muskoka and how we identify ourselves.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation, Trish. As a point of clarity, am I understanding that this is only a one-time contribution and that we would not be required to provide any further funding beyond this point?
Through your worship, to Councillor Graziano, right? Did I say that right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is a one-time contribution. And what that does is, so the red grants are only for a year. So we have a year to complete the project from start to finish. And in that time, we're committing the $2,500. And afterwards, when we have kind of the outline of the plan and what the strategy looks like and how we can implement it here in the Township of Georgian Bay, then we can look at it, making those points and seeing if we require some budget towards it.
Okay, thank you. And just from my knowledge of the industry, $2,500 is not that much, given that the average job posting on LinkedIn is about $1,200. So that equates to 2 job postings, and I'm assuming we can get a lot more mileage for our $2,500 in future job opportunities. Do we know whether or not, and have we explored whether or not we could also integrate the job postings onto any of our boards? Is that something that's forecasted, whether it's the township or whether it's the library board? Would we be able to echo or mirror at least specifically our jobs that are up on that board?
Absolutely. So with the Venture Muskoka job board, what it'll look like is it'll be able to pull in that information, as well as each one of the EDOs from the District of Muskoka, like all of us together. We have access to that job board and the back end of Venture Muskoka. So we're able to update that information at any time. So let's say our human resources, Amy Seymour, she sends me a thing, I put it up on our website, right? Like a job opportunity goes up on our website. We put it out on LinkedIn. We put it out on all of our social media. I'll then filter that through and make sure that it goes on our Venture Muskoka website and that job board. So that's what that looks like.
My question was actually more the reverse. So can we pull from the Venture Muskoka down into our own, just to show our constituents and our full-time residents what job opportunities lie within the greater District of Muskoka area?
Through your worship. Yes, absolutely. So that would just require a simple link. I would embed that on our website so that it would be constantly, it would be static. It would update regularly.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Council and Ms. Walton. I'm glad that you are a member of this group, so we know that our voice will be heard. And with that, I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Bochek. Be it resolved, the council approved a $2,500 contribution to the Muskoka Attraction and Retention Strategy as part of the agreement for the OMFRA Rural Economic Development Grant. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Our next topic of conversation is the Township of Georgian Bay Strategic Planning Exercise. Ms. Schneider.
Thank you, Your
to
Worship.
please.
This report is coming to council a little bit late on the agenda because we wanted to ensure that council had a really clear understanding of when we were planning to do strategic planning, as we didn't want too much time to pass without getting your input and getting process and order to create ultimately a strategic plan that we can use as a guiding document for the next 4 years. So we put together some dates that for your consideration, being that Karen was away last week. she's later advised us that some of you may have conflicts with respect to the 23rd, Councillor Bocek. On the 23rd, we are only asking for a half day. It can be done virtually. And then if council is available on the 31st, that we could possibly do. So strategic planning can cost upwards between 40 to above for a consulting firm to come in and participate in a strategic planning process. And we have done that in the past in the township in 2010, 2014. In 2018, we went forward with a similar approach to this and were able to get more support for a guiding document at a more advantageous price and a little bit of a saver to the budget. We are recommending that we bring Eric Lockhart back into the community. He has been here several times and provides a very streamlined decision-making process that would be, he would be available to capture all of your comments and concerns as you represent your constituents. And then staff would be able to take the document that is derived from your decisions and put together an in-house strategic planning document that would be savvy, accurate, transparent, and timely.
There we go. Sorry. Well, thank you very much. Council, any questions? Councilor Graziano, is your hand up from last round or this round? Well, then we'll give you first dibs then. You snuck in that way.
Thank you. Ms. Schneider, thank you for the presentation. A few questions. I received the 2022 strategic plan by a fellow councillor, from a fellow councillor, and reviewed it. And I was a little, I had some questions around the costs associated with the development of this. We're forecasting a $10,000 plus HST cost associated with the development of the strat plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Plus $1,000 for administration, up to $1,000 for administration. So 11,000.
Right. So 11,000 in
Right.
total, cumulatively 1,000 for the admin fee. And I'm just curious, this is conducted by a third party. Is that correct? So we're essentially outsourcing.
That's right.
Right. Okay. I wonder whether and how deep this third party offering will allow. And the reason for my question is, in my review, last year's strat plan seemed to read to me a little bit more as a mission statement and not an actual measurable plan that we can measure over the long term or the course of the year to determine how aligned we are to that strat plan. And I'm wondering, will that 10K be all inclusive regardless of how granular we get? And if we ask our consultants to also develop measurable, objectively measurable.
There's
Thank
always
you.
one.
One more time.
There's
Excellent.
always one.
So whether our consultants will go deeper, or is it just that what we see on 2022 is going to be echoed for the same cost? So will there be any difference in cost if we ask them to go further beyond what we've done in the past years?
Through your worship, that is a very good question, because what you saw with respect to the 22-24 was done after COVID, and with 1 year left of the term of council. It was a directive of decision-making for mission and vision with some very broad goals. It certainly wasn't a strategic plan. Strategic plan that you'll be producing through this will have actionable items, and you'll be able to see a little bit more of a granular list of things that you want to accomplish over the next 4 years. I believe that the mayor is going to give direction as to what you need to do for your homework in terms of your constituents, getting information, and then coming back to us with your actionable items. So you might want to put a second arena up in McTier as an example. And so we would hear you and then come back to you with costing about whether that's realistic or necessary. And then, be able to narrow it down on the 23rd with what you want versus what is realistic based on finances and grants and staff information. And then, so it would get down to that granular piece, but the time between your first session and your second session will involve staff being able to look at documents to support your ideas, or encourage you to maybe stand down on that idea, especially if it's a second arena, just as an example. So So yes, you're gonna have an opportunity to get granular, but you're not going to be able to get too far down into the weeds, because we want a strategic plan to be open enough that there's a level of interpretation that staff can use for granting purposes, and also to be able to provide directives. So you might say you want to have more electric vehicle charging stations in MACTIR, or stronger Wi-Fi in MACTIR. It wouldn't be granular enough that we would say we would only have this type of Wi-Fi or this provider. It would say, relentlessly pursue Wi-Fi in these communities.
Excellent.
help you?
And I
Yeah.
appreciate the point of clarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Jennifer, so is this going to be an update for the planning process we went through in 20, which covered 21 to 26? We just updating that process?
Through your worship, yes, it is updating, but it could also have a path of its own in that there are 2 new councillors on council this year, and it might set a different trajectory than what is available in that one plan. And also we want to get a little bit more actionable items into it, whereas what you're seeing in 2022 doesn't have as many actionable items.
I see that. I just, will we be presumably incorporating, and we went through quite the exercise. And during this term of council, we've gone through a couple of exercises already, which is great. No problem there at all. But are we basically continuing the exercise? Is that really what this is all about?
Through your worship. So what we're not going to do is reinvent the wheel.
Okay.
If the vision and mission at the very beginning of the exercise is good, then we will use that as the premise for which to create actionable items and draw down from. And at the end, we'll go back and reflect to make sure that what actionable items have been derived from the exercise are still matching the vision and mission. And if it's a check, then we move forward. If there needs to be a little bit of tweaking as a council, you can make that decision based on the dialogue that would happen over the 2 days.
In 2021, how much money did we set aside in 2021 for this exercise? Do you recall?
I believe that Eric came once.
Mhm.
And so it was probably half the budget of this. And with that, we were unable to really get directives and actions from council. And also we knew that your term was close to ending. So we can only do so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you for this report, and Jennifer, and just remind me, I think we started to develop our strategic plan even before 2021. I think you did some whiteboard orientation and discussion with the council going back, I don't know, 2014, 2016 at some point, where we developed a lot of these same points. I think I've got that correct. And if that is the case, would you answer that first? Because I wanted to say something
I
else.
believe we did it in 2018. You're talking about the day we had boards up on the walls here in council? Yeah, that was in 2018 that we did that.
And I would just like to encourage that, of course, I want to think we must consult with our new councillors and as well as our returning councillors to reconfirm some of this. And I would be delighted to have you do the same process for us. I really am not, given our budget situation at the moment, I'm not in the position to support spending money on a consultant to come in to do what we're already partway down this road. So I'm sorry, I can't support any other spending on this. Thank you.
Can I respond to Councillor Cooper? Through your worship, Councillor Cooper, this is being done in the exact same fashion that it happened in 2018. I will and staff will facilitate the similar kind of discussion that we had, knowing that there are 2 new councillors and 1 new position on the council. And 4 years can change a lot, or 4 years can change a little. So we will have you go through that exercise again at no cost to the municipality, so that Mr. Lockhart has an opportunity to bring forward your consistent ideas from 2018, as well as new ideas that will have been brought forward because of the environment, because of the situation we dealt with COVID. because of our budget, because of all sorts of external factors. You'll go through that exercise one more time, Councillor Cooper, and make sure that the ideas that you put forward on a sticky note match what was happening in 2018. So you're not going to pay for that. That comes free of charge with me, because I'll be able to facilitate that for you. Whereas traditionally, if you hire a larger firm like Strategy Core or Millier Dickinson Blay, who we did use in 2014, we pay them to do an exercise which we can do in-house. So that's why the budget has actually saved you over $9,000 if we do it this way.
Thank you for that. And I'm really saying, let's stick with that and keep it to zero. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please. He's already spoken to this.
So at the risk of being redundant, I'll try to be brief. I understand what the other councillors are saying, and I've looked at the strategic plan that was put forward in 2021, and I think it's a valuable exercise for us to go forward and look at these goals with actionable items. What I'm seeing in the last one is that they're not really actionable. They're more like philosophical statements that, you know, we would like to reduce taxes wherever possible, which, you know, we're not going to, that doesn't have a smart aspect to that. So I would be very supportive of this if we were to accept, either through council or discussions, that these 5 goals that we have remain consistent, but we're really looking at specifically actionable items within that and trying to reduce the amount of time that we're talking about things, and that we all agree on in their motherhood issues, but what's the work that we really need to do to achieve goals in those categories.
Through your worship, that's what our intentions are as well, to definitely to drill down and get some goals that are actionable.
Councillor Hazelton? No, I'm checking now with Councillor Hazelton and Councillor Bocheck if they want to speak, because we have people doing second rounds, and I got to give everybody a first round if they want.
Sure, given the opportunity, I'd love to talk about it. I'm going to pick on one phrase in your report in the analysis section, the last paragraph. The objective of the exercise is to assign staff to council SMART goals and to create a guiding document. And I think that's an important thing to focus on, because we have a guiding document, but it's not been providing us any guidance. And we have our strategic plan, which I don't really think is broken. I certainly welcome the opportunity to review it, and I welcome your suggestion of having an in-house review, and I would welcome new input from our new councillors. But I don't think it's really broken. I don't think that those conversations are going to lead anything significantly different. But I like what Councillor Graziano touched on, which is the concept of measurable goals, which we don't have. I guess for the new councillors to understand, in your agenda package, every time you have an agenda package, you see the strategic plan listed with the top items. Okay, that was me, because I was tired of the fact that we never looked at our strategic plan, ever. And so having a guiding document to me is useless. We need to have something that is a live, actionable thing that we check and we monitor and we measure against on an ongoing basis. It drives me nuts that we have this protect and preserve our natural environment, and then we talk to the planning department and they seem to have no visibility or understanding or ability
Councillor Hazelton, we're talking here about whether or not we're going to work on a strategic plan, not criticism of any staff member.
I'm not criticizing the staff. I'm criticizing the fact that we have a guiding document that's now put in a drawer and is never used. And the clear visible demonstration of that is the planning department doesn't look at it before they deal with every planning application. And I think that if we start looking at measurable activities, goals, milestones, I'm 100% in favor of that. But creating a new document and sticking it in the drawer, to me, is a massive fail. So we've got to do something different. And I really like what Councillor Graziano was starting to go down, a path he was starting to go down, and perhaps he would like to say more on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck, do you want to say anything before we let the mayor speak and the other councillors who want to do a second round?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Brief and to the point. I personally am in favor of a program like this because I believe what we should be doing is considering what our goals are as a council and then striving towards them. I think too often we get, whether it's in some of our topics or certainly some of our conversations, going off on tangents, forgetting what it is we're trying to focus on. And I hope that this exercise tells us what we really want to focus on and how we want to improve our township during this term and hopefully beyond. With that, we'll go to round two, and Councillors Graziano and Jarvis want to speak again. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to begin by saying thank you to the staff for taking a moment to negotiate down from $20,000 to $11,000. That's fantastic, especially with our fiscal budget and our deficit this year. So my hat's off to staff for doing so. I understand Ms. Schneider has identified, I guess, one of the areas that we were able to reduce back, and hence the reason why our costs are lower. Are there any other areas that we have set aside or foregoing in order to keep our costs down? So what are we losing for the $9,000 difference?
So, Your Worship, you are losing you're losing a templated strategic plan that would have been provided to you by a larger firm. And instead you are getting a personalized document that will be created in-house that you can mold and ensure matches what it is that this municipality is looking for.
Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm finding myself very much in favor of the proposals put forth by both Councillors Graziano and Hazelton, in that we've got to find a way of having a document that is something that gives us specific ways of measuring how we are doing. I'd like our next session on this, should we have one, to also place emphasis on where we are relative to the plan we had in place. We've got to move somewhere forward, I trust, since 2018 with regards to the 5 goals that are listed in that strategic plan summary and updated in 21. So I think we need to have have that moving forward, and then within the framework of the new planning process we go through here, we've got to have something that is more measurable in the way of goals, and so that we can definitely come out on this with something positive we can take back to our constituents in that regard.
Your Worship, yes, I agree. If you are already sensing as a collective of a new council that you are going to be looking for other pillars besides the 5 that are listed in our reports, it would be important to discuss that in advance. If these are the 5 pillars that we are going into this exercise understanding, then the good work of council previous will be able to build on into creating SMART goals based on those 5. So I apologize. I am assuming that those 5 are at least the base point for which we're going to have discussion. If there's more, Your Worship, that's popping out that I'm not aware of, we should probably table that so that we can prepare the exercise appropriately. But the exercise is being based on the good work of previous council and the 5 that we have.
I have no problem with the 5 as they stand. I just think we need to know where we stand in relation to what we set up.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Your worship, we do need to confirm the dates because the clerk
Okay.
was saying that some of you may have conflicts.
Well, okay, Ms. Way, you wanted to comment?
Certainly, your worship, we don't have to confirm the dates as a part of the motion. But I am aware that there are district committee meetings on February 23rd in the morning and then separate ones in the afternoon. And I'm not sure of who was appointed where, what meetings are taking place that afternoon. I just know there is potential conflict for some of our district members.
Your worship, the consultant is available on the 24th.
I'm going to suggest that you, whether it's formal or informally, survey the seven of us to determine the best dates, because the dates are not in the motion that is going to be read. But that obviously, if this motion passes, that would be I would suggest a priority of Ms. Way and Ms. Nyer to finalize dates that work for everybody.
Sounds good to me. It is very quick, your worship, so the turnaround time needs to be quick.
I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council agree to participate in a 2-day strategic planning exercise as a special meeting of council. As the council directs staff to sole source consulting support from Eric Lockhart, Queen's Executive Decision Center for a fee of $10,000 plus HST, funded by the 2023 operating budget. And the council directs staff to use up to $1,000 towards the administrative costs associated with the strategic planning for the 2 dates. All those in, Councillor Bochek, did you want to make a comment before we do this?
Yes, please. A point of clarity, if I could. Ms. Way, will there be the ability to attend this strategic planning meeting by Zoom?
Yes, as is a special council meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Could I call for a recorded vote, please?
I beg your pardon?
Recorded vote, please.
Councillor Cooper has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Jarvis.
Really quickly, I'm probably just confirming something. Eric Lockhart is somebody we've had in here before or not? Okay.
Ms. Way, if you can conduct the recorded vote, please.
Let the record show recorded vote was requested by Councillor Peter Cooper. Councillor Peter Cooper, how do you vote?
No,
Councillor Bochek, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote? Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote? Let the record show the motion is carried 5-2.
Okay, we have that. And I'm going to make a little suggestion of homework for each of us. And that is prior to getting together to sit down with yourself or any of your constituents and think of what you would consider the top, say, 5 priorities of what you would like to see accomplished by this council, this township during this term. I think if you come forearmed with what you think are the most important tasks, that might be quite useful to us as we do have our discussion. All right. I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break before going on to our new business items. So it's now just shy of 11 o'clock. So let's reconvene this meeting at 10 after 11 sharp. Thank you. Right, we're back and sitting down and we're going to new business and Counselor Predko, the next portion of the meeting, I think, is yours, the next few items. So if you wouldn't mind addressing item 1 under new business, Hydro 1 and power outages, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what I would like to do is reiterate the experiences that have occurred in my ward over the last little while, especially the storm that hit over Christmas break. But it is also reflective of the trend within my area of the Georgian Bay Township, where the hydro has become more and more unreliable. Every time there's a storm in our area, I can be fairly sure that some aspect of our lake is going to be out of power. And I think this experience is shared by people in 6 Mile and especially out on the bay. And what I'm asking is if councillors have had shared experiences with their residents. I know our residents don't feel they have a voice with Hydro One. I think if you call the Hydro One customer support number and ask about details about an incident, they have no more information to provide you than what's available on their website. So, in particular right now on Go Home Lake, there's still almost 60 customers with no power, and there's no power scheduled to be restored until January 31st. And at these cottages, people are trying to live there through the winter, so they're making unsafe trips across the lake to get propane and gas to refill their generators. And what I'm asking that the councillor consider is requesting Hydro One to come to make a presentation to council on what they are doing to address the grid in our area. Not just, replacing the aging infrastructure that we have and responding when there are storms, but are they taking measures to improve the resiliency as we get into more severe storms, as our climate is changing? And what do they expect to be able to provide? Or are they considering taking the power out of the poles and putting them in conduit on the ground, or do they have any other plans? So my recommendation is for a deputation from a Hydro One representative to talk to council about issues in our ward in the delivery of Hydro One services.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Worship. Councillor Predko and I had a discussion with respect to his motion. And I wonder whether, with, of course, the consent of Councillor Predko, we could amend this slightly to include, if in the event that a delegation is not possible, whereby we can ask Hydro One questions, whether we can direct staff to investigate whether there is an option for councillors to receive email notifications similar to the ones that we receive from the OPP when there's outages within our township. Many, at least I am not aware of outages until a constituent calls me, or alternatively, I'm constantly looking at the outage map on a daily basis. And so I wonder whether or not there's a way that perhaps we can get notifications, and it can be a general notification that encompasses all of our township, and the respective councillor then can action on that notification if in the event that it's within their ward. So over to you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm wondering if this simply on the ones that we'll call the second line here. Let me read the resolution and then my suggested modification. Be it resolved, the current resolution reads, be it resolved that staff be directed to request a deputation and or response from Hydro One regarding preventative maintenance and restoration practices following outages within the township of Georgian Bay. And I'm just wondering, because they preventive maintenance and notification and restoration practices. Okay. And I'm going to put you as the seconder on this, no matter how it turns out. All right, thank you very much. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Councillor Predko, for bringing this forward. And I'd like to say that I'm certainly supportive of what you're trying to do here. You asked us to maybe also share a little bit of commentary, and my experiences have been out on coastal Georgian Bay, aside from over the Christmas storm, which of course, Christmas time, shall we say, storm. I've found generally in the last 10 or so years, 15 years, that our hydro in my area has become more reliable versus less. What I saw 10, 15 years ago was a lot of outages, longer outages, and so on. I realized that this recent storm is a concern, and it was a concern for many. But I do, and here's why I think it's more reliable. A lot of the cable has been either buried or put underwater. And so when I get a power outage, it turns out the outage is about anywhere from 5 to 15 or 20 kilometers away in areas where there's overhead cable, trees falling on the cables, that kind of thing. So I just thought, to give you the feedback, that's what I've been experiencing, is more reliability, generally speaking, certainly during the seasonal residence period, which, May to through October, 6 months. It's been more reliable recently than it had been in a number of years ago. So just for your information.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, just really quickly, I just like to add that I know that I get from Hydro, I do get notification the Hydro is out. I do get a text. And I don't know if you have access to that, Councillor Graziano.
But that is your
That-
own property. That's correct.
Absolutely. It does not apply to, usually if it's my property, it's usually the whole area. So, which is, I mean, that's just the way it is. So there is that function, and Hydro will say, well, we do have this. I'm very much in favor of Councillor Predko's recommendation here. It's a great idea.
Thank you. Now, I'll add my own experiences. Generally, I think my hydro service has improved over the last couple of decades. I do notice that my notifications when it's out or reactivated are quite prompt. But I also know that in my neighborhood, there are more year-rounders than there used to be, whether some of them are water access only, some of them are road access, but there are more year-rounders, and therefore I know that they will flag the situation quickly. And then I find the text messaging from Hydro to be very efficient. Chief Van Dam, you've had some direct experience with this, so especially over the Christmas weekend. I'd appreciate your comments.
So for all of council, if you really want to know when the hydro is out within the municipality, we can work on that. You'll get a notification. It's not for council to start to react or to do anything for it. If it's just a piece of knowing when it's out, I will request that we'll get you on an email that will come out and tell you where the hydro outages are, because I get them. And then we follow up. How long is it? What's the prediction? How long is it going to be out? What's it going to take? And that kind of stuff. And then we adjust our emergency planning accordingly. So as of what's going on Go Home Lake, there's no documentation that that's going on. So I got to do some follow up. So Councillor, sorry, I can't even give you an answer on what's transpiring. I know that we have some small outages on island number 90 out on 6 Mile Lake currently. That's the only outages that I know of that's in our municipality. So I've got to look into, and if you can send me an email of that vicinity so I can follow up with Ontario Hydro and see, because January 31st, there's something that's not right with that for some reason, and I'll need to find out about it.
So the email I received this morning from the residents in the area is that there is helicopter activity again, but there haven't been helicopters around. So they know that the residents know where the pole is down, but nobody has been coming to investigate it. So initially our ETA for restoration went to March before it came back to January. So it would be interesting to know what the details are.
So
So
please,
that's
please-
updated from this morning.
Yeah. please provide me the details, so
Sure.
then I will follow up with the emergency planning department there, and I'll get our answers. As for, like I said, we can get you, if you really want to know, or I can send you an email, but there are constant, basically we screen them. I'm only going to let you know when I think you're going to get bombarded with it. And even during the storm, I was actually surprised how many times that we were contacted. It was very, very little, advising us of power outages. Power outages were small outages and repaired fairly quickly. So I was very, right up until I decided to leave on vacation, was very impressed with how hydro was, because normally we end up deploying some people in a storm like that to be able just to, we had built our contingency plans and I never had to put them into place. So just, those are some of the comments regarding the hydro outage. We can get Ontario Hydro will bring their CEMC, their emergency response group, and they'll have a representative to come in and communicate with council if that's your desire.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I would like to support the idea that we get hydro in here in a delegation. I think it would have more weight to our concerns. I can speak to some history with hydro, where 20 years ago, they had a recurring problem. Every time there was a thunderclap, the breaker over at the schoolhouse popped. And after multiple conversations with them, they finally said, oh, maybe we should fix that problem. And they did, and we don't have that problem anymore. But in my case, I have a new problem. It's down the shore, and it's triggering more problems at my property. But it's one of these things where it seems, again, this is called a layperson's observation, that it seems that they don't look to solve the problem, they react to the failure as opposed to seeking strategies to make a long-term fix. And I think if I understand Councillor Predko's concerns, that Go Home Lake needs a strategy to fix the longer-term vision. And I'm not sure that just getting reports of power outages is a solution. I think hydro needs to be here front and center and listen to some of these concerns directly so that we can raise the visibility with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, you want to speak to this again?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, I want to thank our fire chief, Mr. Van Dam, for bringing to our attention that he does actually receive the emails, and it's great to know. And also thank him for suggesting that he act as a filter for council emails rather than distributing all of them in their entirety, given the frequency that he receives them. And so, yes, I'd be inclined to receive those emails. And it's not necessarily for myself to be able to react, rather to prepare myself for inbound, messages and or phone calls from my constituents and know, what's happening. So if we can get that context, that'd be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add my 2 cents, in the Port Severn area, our hydro has been very stable. I think we've had maybe 2 outages in the last year and a half, and they've only been a few hours. So I think the infrastructure is pretty good in the Port Severn area, but I certainly would support a delegation by hydro to deal with 6 Mile Lake and Go Home Lake, because my phone still rings from constituents that still have my number, which I'll forward to the new councillors. But yeah, it is an ongoing concern up there on Go Home and on 6 Mile. And I would really like to hear what they have to say about their plans to ensure us that some infrastructure work is going to be done. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilors Predko and Graziano, would you take it as a friendly amendment to change the motion from deputation to delegation?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll do that. The motion now reads, moved by Councilor Predko, seconded by Councilor Graziano. Be it resolved that staff be directed to request a delegation and or response from Hydro One regarding preventative maintenance and notifications and restoration practices following the outages within the township of Georgian Bay. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And now we're going to go on to parking without any lights on the street to guide us. Councilor Predko, please.
Thank you once again, Mr. Mayor. So over the Christmas holiday, again, we had significant storms, and this raised concerns not only because of the amount of snow that people were dealing with, but some of the parking that was taking place on the streets that hadn't been shoveled or hadn't been plowed yet, and people who didn't have driveways plowed and they were just leaving their cars out. And again, on the Iroquois Road area where there's the, we've heard about the short-term rental issue and the people who are coming in for the rentals parking on the street and not trying to park the driveway. So this raised the general concern from a number of residents, not just on Iroquois Road, but about the accessibility of our streets in the wintertime. And especially when there's a snow incident and we need to have snow plows make pathways, and we need emergency vehicles to be able to access different residents. On Iroquois Road, I think the no parking signs stop halfway down the road, and that's leaving some people to, again, think that they will be able to park on the road with or without the roads being plowed. So the issue that has been, that I've been talking to the residents about is really how can we maintain bylaw control, especially in the winter. Not just do you want to make clear it's not just especially in the winter, but really at times when it's going to impede traffic, and not just for plows, but for emergency vehicles and for other residents. Can we increase enforcement, and can we do something more with the signage that's on the roads? I don't know if changing the signage requires a change in bylaw, but that would be the request that's going.
Chief Van Dam, I have one question to you as well as please respond, and that is, I know many municipalities have a no parking during winter months type of bylaw. I'm not aware, do we have such a bylaw? We do, okay. If you wouldn't mind giving a fulsome response to Councilor Bright.
So we have some internal staff issues that have obviously need to be addressed with cars parking on the roads. The bylaw department during Christmas and all that, everything runs basically is running through my back door. And if we need to send the bylaw out, I'll call them in on overtime for the Christmas and in those holiday seasons. To let you know that I did not receive any complaints from the roads department about cars being parked on the road. So we never called the bylaw department in. So that will be an internal thing that the roads department and the bylaw department will have to fix up. As for the parking, we have no parking. There's no parking on any municipal roads during November 1st or November 15th, sorry, till April the 1st. So at that point, we can tag, tow, whatever we need to do to get the plows through. As for the STR, a little bit of an apology that when I quickly looked at it, it was the road I got was Algonquin Road, and I went, Algonquin Road's not one of our municipal roads. I got nothing. I can't do anything. Then when I come back from vacation, started following the email trail. It's not supposed to be Algonquin Road. It's supposed to be Iroquois Road. So it's been dealt with already. Bylaw department has put a notice on the residents already. And we have attempted to contact the property owner to have a discussion and have an education session with them here before the next time.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Graziano, you want to jump in?
I do. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Van Dam. You spoke to, I think, where I was going to try to add to this, and perhaps we can investigate this or explore this for a moment a little further. You mentioned that we do have a winter bylaw, which is fantastic. It's great to hear, and thank you, Councilor Pretko, for suggesting this. I specifically, given that we need to be fiscally responsible this year as well as in future years, wonder whether or not we can explore, and perhaps you can speak to this in greater detail, an opportunity to, rather than call our bylaw officers for additional overtime during holidays and or in evening times, look at, and you said we have a bylaw that allows us to tow. Have we partnered with a towing company? And if so, could we use that as a primary means to offset the cost that we would otherwise be paying towards salaries? Or does a bylaw officer have to physically be there first, issue a ticket, and then provide the okay to tow? Over to you. Thank you.
No.
So a tow truck can't just hook onto your vehicle and tow it away unless it's private property. They have to have authorization to tow it. So on municipal roads, a parking ticket has to be issued. Even if it was a provincial highway, the OPP need to issue the tow order, and then they have to serve that person to have it towed. So there's legal ramifications that has to go with it. So our bylaw officer needs to come on scene, say, this vehicle is parked on it. He writes out the ticket, puts it in the thing. There's, at that point, a tow company is called. We have several tow companies that we use because being in Northern Ontario, our tow companies are not great big companies. They could be out doing a tow, say to North Bay, towing a car, and they're out of service for the next 4 or 5 hours. So we have multiple tow companies that we're using to tow these vehicles.
And thank you for that point of reference. That's going to be helpful for, I think, Councillor Pretko and myself going forward when we have complaints from constituents. One other question, if I may, do we have signage that is posted around our township, specifically in, the back roads that specifically identify this as a possible option for us?
So I do believe, and I haven't checked the signage lately, but there's a signage when you enter into the municipality that talks about parking on winter roads. So it's no excuse to be able to park on in the winter time on a road. And it's pretty much in every municipality that you go to where they have a snow event. The municipality can't afford to be putting up signs on everybody's front lawn to put no parking signs up and then being able to maintain them, because the moment we put up a sign is now it's got to be checked and verified all the time, and there's a huge cost to that goes along with it. So it's a blanket bylaw. Ignorance is not an excuse that you can use in court. So that's the standard practice that most municipalities are using.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands at the moment, so go back to Councillor Pretko. Yeah, well, but I like to check with everybody else first.
So just one further comment in my in the resolution that has been provided. There's also some commentary on communication through social media to remind people. And I know Christmas was a particularly inconvenient time for the storm to happen since there was nobody in the office. But this would be a perfect opportunity to have a social media campaign to remind people, A, not to park, and B, the order of plowing is, district roads, our township roads, sidewalks, and then parking lots, because there were concerns about the order that things were happening in. And if we're able to communicate that out, that could hopefully decrease some of the calls that come to us as councillors.
Unfortunately, and I dare say this, I'm afraid some people don't use too much common sense, because if you're parking on a road that is half the width that it normally would be because it's been plowed, you're blocking traffic, you shouldn't be parking there. But anyway, with that, Chief Mundum, you want some final remarks?
So to all of council, I've heard your communications wish loud and clear, and it's item 13 of things to do with my first day back of things to do is to build a better communications for power outages and do some social media with it. So we'll make a attempt to put that out in the future.
Thank you. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Graziano, because you spoke to it twice. Be it resolved that staff be directed to increase communication to residents through newsletters and social media posts to remind them of the impact and consequences of parking on roadways and impeding access to road maintenance crews and emergency vehicles. And that staff be directed to enforce bylaws during holiday periods, including Christmas, New Year, Family Day, and March break, to ensure visitors and renters are informed of our bylaws and are responsible for their actions. All those in favor? Good. I see lots of hands. That is carried. Thank you. Councillor Predko. Number 3, on a more pleasant note, I'm going to say perhaps.
I think it is a positive note. I think piggybacking on all the comments about the storm that we have had through December and the ill effects that we've had as an outcome of that. I didn't talk to CEO Mariotti or CAO Mariotti about the efforts by our staff to clear the roads and to help keep the township clear and safe, and work through their holidays and spend time in their trucks rather than with their families and friends. And I thought that would be important for council to acknowledge the efforts. There is a resolution that not only do we commend them for a job well done, but reward them with a $50 gift voucher for their personal sacrifices for the township.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to read the resolution for everybody's information. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Whereas the township of Georgian Bay suffered from a significant weather event from December 23rd, 2022 through to January 3rd, 2023. And whereas the roads department worked through the holidays in order to keep our roads cleared. And whereas council acknowledges road staff spending time away from their families over the holidays and commends them for a job well done. Now be it resolved that roads staff who work during the holidays provide a $50 gift voucher in recognition of their valued efforts to be funded from the general working fund. Councillor Jarvis, please.
One, I very much appreciate the work that the crews have done over the period, especially with that weather that we had. My issue is not in rewarding them this time around, but in expectations. If we're going to have climate change affecting us more regularly, we may have more of these events. I hope the expectation would not be that there will be a bonus for every time these guys are out, as it is part of their job. Of course, my constituents do not necessarily benefit directly from this, but I know the municipality definitely does. So I appreciate that part of it. But I just want to make sure that it's understood that this is a one-off.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek, please. Followed by Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And as you all know, I'm a wizard at finance. So I'll preface my statement with that. Is there some way through our finance department that we cannot reward Revenue Canada with 30% of their bonus. Of the $50 we're going to give them, it's going to be taxable. And I just hate the fact of offering a gift to somebody that they're going to be taxed on. And I don't know how this is done or if it can be done, but I would hate to see the government take their pinch.
As an ex-accountant, I can tell you that gifts under $100 that have a specific purposes do not necessarily have to be added to their tax. This is
That's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to again say thank you for everyone that has come together, during the holiday season to make sure that we were able to move. I myself had to drive through our roads and found it incredibly challenging. And when the snow plows came through, it was just a breath of fresh air. So I absolutely support this initiative to say thank you for everyone that spent very early mornings and very late nights keeping us safe. With respect to Councillor Jarvis's comments, I do believe that his constituents as well as mine all did, see a benefit here because we are all able to travel to and from safely on roads. But with that being said, I do have a question for our roads crew and to see whether or not we can try to clear sidewalks as quickly as we can roads. I had a couple of phone calls from constituents up in MacTier, as I'm sure Councillor Predko did, advising that the MacTier population or community uses their sidewalks quite frequently, and with that they were walking on roads and finding it to be somewhat unsafe. So if there's any way that we can address sidewalks, especially in the areas where we know the population uses them frequently, that'd be great. But aside from that, thank you everyone for such a great job.
Thank you. I just want to add a couple of comments myself. One is absolutely fully appreciative of the above ordinary efforts of road staff, and to Councillor Jarvis's remark, I'm not worried about this setting a precedent in that it was a Christmas vacation. It was an unusually stiff storm. My only question, and that would be to either Chief Undum or CEO Mariotti, other than road staff, were there any other individuals such as part of your crew, Chief Undum, who also went above and beyond? I would like to make sure that they are included.
Yeah, I think I don't want to speak on behalf of Chief Van Dam, but I know that the chief staff were also out there, 100%, and also some contract plowing companies who we have on contract were out there as well. So yeah, it's a team effort, absolutely. And again, going to Councillor Jarvis's point, I totally understand what you're saying, but it was a pretty big event, and when we declare a significant weather event, there are no minimum maintenance standards. So now what staff does is they go down the kind of hierarchy of what's most important, and that's district roads, main arteries, less traveled roads, sidewalks, and then parking lots. Because during an event like this, you shouldn't be out on the roads. You should be staying at home. You should be making alternative arrangements. I know that there were several of our staff who were planning on going away for Christmas, but they didn't, A, because of the weather event, and B, because they had to stay here and take care of our roads.
And I think you also, on your priority list, above all those priorities you listed, is if there's an emergency.
Correct.
If an ambulance has been called or a fire truck, often it has to be led by a plow in an event like this. Otherwise, you're not getting there. Chief Undum.
I can tell council that your winter event that happened doesn't happen a whole lot, thank goodness, because we were well into the planning stages, probably 4 or 5 days ahead of time, when we put all of senior management on a warning level, start to prepare, start looking at. So there's a number of things that were going on long before it even happened. I'm just very, very happy that we didn't have to do any declares or have to call our EOC group in, because the staff that was out there were doing the best that they could. And I'm not going to say we're providing A1 service that would make everybody happy, but they were providing A1 service to make sure that we kept, I'm going to say, the necessities of life going as much as we can. We were in contact with OPP, we were with paramedic services. There was a lot of that going on at my residence through a couple hours. And I'll tell you, it was very, very shocking that as I go up north farther on my tour to see how we're making out, we were progressively getting worse as I hit McTier. And then when you went the other way, when you hit Barrie, it was like there was nothing going on. On Christmas Eve, like when my children left to go to the airport, you're never going to get out of Toronto. You're never, and that was being in my little cocoon, shall we say, and they got out of Toronto airport on time, which I was totally shocked at. But as we went farther north, I couldn't even get to my property to enjoy some time there, which I was really hoping for. So, but a lot of preparation went in ahead of time. I know even the mayor, we were planning for a reception center. If the highway got closed down, we're having all our plans put in place, making sure that we could do it. I had a number of staff that we made sure were around. So if we had power outages for our communications towers, that we could get that back up and running within a short period of time. So there was a lot of prep that went into this, and the residents won't see that happening in the background. Council doesn't see it in the background, but all of township staff played a piece of it. Some played bigger pieces than others, but thank goodness there were no major emergencies that happened. It was quite, I'm going to say, for what I was expecting, it was very quiet.
Councillor Redcomb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify the sidewalk comment and McTier. I think the residents that I heard from, I think I had 3 different calls. They were concerned that the sidewalks hadn't been plowed around New Year's Day. So there had been about a week, and that they were concerned that they had already been done in Honey Harbor and in Port Severn. So, you know, when were they going to get to McTier? So I know everybody was working hard, and I think that's where some of the communication, you know, social media or whatever, if there's a status update that people could know that they're getting to it and when they might get to it, that would have, I think all that would have taken to alleviate those concerns. But I also did want to commend that they somehow the staff has made all the snow disappear in the last week too. So.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if we could just maybe give our CAO authorization. It looks like a lot of staff took part in getting us through this, but the emergency staff that was out there deserve something for what they missed. So if we could just move forward and give the authority to our CAO to distribute gift cards at $50 each to those that he thinks necessary, and maybe just put a cap on it and say, okay, council grants permission for the CAO to distribute gifts in the amount of X number of dollars, not to exceed X number of dollars, and give it to Greg to move forward with, and we can move on to a new topic. Because I think we got by this by the grace of the hard work of our roads crews, and I'd like to see them rewarded. But I think Greg can take care of the distribution of the funds.
I'm going to make a suggestion, if I may, and I'm hoping that councillors Predko and Bocek would consider as a friendly amendment, is that in the last two sentences, I'm just going to remove the word roads and say, that'll be resolved that staff who work during the holiday, not road staff, but staff. And then I think that gives our CAO the flexibility. So I'll read the amended motion, and it's moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Bocek, whereas the township of Georgian Bay suffered from a significant weather event from December 23rd, 2022 through to January 3rd, 2023. And whereas the roads department worked through the holidays in order to keep our roads cleared, and whereas the council acknowledges staff spending time away from their families over the holidays and commends them for a job well done, now be it resolved that staff who work during the holidays be provided a $50 gift voucher in recognition of their valued efforts to be funded from the general working fund. All those in favor? And that is carried. And, staff, thank you. All right, next on our agenda, Severn Sound Environmental Association Municipal Appointment. Is that you? Ms. Wade, please.
As was discussed at the December council meeting, we will be appointing to the various committees the council is on as we've received requests to do so. I know this letter was dated November 9th, but unfortunately got lost in the shuffle. So the SSEA is looking for a member to be appointed by our council to their board.
So, council, anyone want to volunteer for the SSEA board? Councillor Graziano, is that yes? Please volunteer. Any other councillors? Councillor Cooper, are you volunteering?
No, I was hoping to.
I had to ask.
I know, and I had to say no, but I think it would be quite good if we would also consider Councillor Bocek for this role, because if he'll stand, we need to remember that a lot of the work that is done by the organization SSEA is in wards, particularly Ward 3, but also and to a certain extent maybe as far as Ward 1. In the past we've had somebody from the inland lakes, and it really a lot of the work is either along the shores of Ward 3 or inland a bit. And I think there's also another aspect to this. There's an appointment that doesn't require any board work per se, but that was put on my shoulders from the district, and it really should, I think, go hand in hand with this appointment. And that's why I'm suggesting a district councillor might be worthy of considering. No disrespect to you, to Councillor Graziano, but because there's an SSS, I think it's called Severn Sound Sustainability appointment that goes hand in hand, it might make some sense to consider if Councillor Bocek would consider taking on this role. I think that might make some sense. And the only other thing I would suggest is that that we, when we're discussing committee appointments like this, that we give consideration to the fact that, as we discussed recently in one of our council meetings, that we need to remember that if we have fiduciary responsibilities to our township and also to an organization like this, we can't have two masters. So it does require us to recuse ourselves if we happen to be considering support of one organization versus another. So I just throw that out as a bit of a reminder. But so I'm not volunteering for it, only because I think it's more appropriate for our district chair, Bocek, but let's see what he has to say. That was I'm nominating Councillor Bocek. Thank you.
Before you speak, Councillor Bocek, I just want a confirmation with our clerk. I'm not sure you have to recuse yourself if your position was in a council appointed position. Can you confirm or deny, Ms. Wade?
No, that's not deemed to be a conflict, you serving on a committee and potentially making budget recommendations either or, because it's not personal. it's you as your role and your representation.
With that, Councillor Bocek, you had your hand up.
If I may, Mayor, I just want to clarify that I was talking about not a pecuniary interest, but a code of conduct, conflict of interest. And it's been made very clear that one could be responsible, especially with an organization, for example, that doesn't cover the entire township. So there's an issue there. So I just warn people that you could be, could have a problem. So for what it's worth, that's not the main point here. It was just a side comment, and I've done a fair bit of research on this as well. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I would accept the nomination by Councillor Cooper to the appointment to the SSEA board. However, I would like to discuss the possibility of having an alternative to the position. Whereas if I can't make it because of conflicts and scheduling issues between the township and the district and business, that we also have another councillor that is able to take my place if I'm appointed, so that we don't miss out on any of the board meetings, because I think they're essential. And I would hate not to be able to represent the township in the case where I'm unavailable. So if I am nominated and accepted, then I would like to have the opportunity to have an alternative in my absence as well, too.
Thank you. Ms. Way, I see your finger pointing. You go ahead, please.
Sorry, if I may, it's my way of raising my
Yes.
hand, I guess. In this circumstance, the SSEA has not requested an alternate member, unlike the District of Muskoka, who has a process and procedure for that. So it's not our purview to say we're appointing an alternate to go with the main member. So that's something we can go back and make a request. But that's not necessarily something that we have the authority to do today.
Councillor Graziano.
Perhaps we can let Councillor Bocek finish his comments before I.
You had something more, Councillor Bocek?
Yes, it would be something that I would like to clarify with SSEA, that there would not be an issue with an alternative appointment. And I say this in all sincerity, that I would try my best to attend all of the meetings, because it is something that I'm very expressly interested in. But I would want to make sure that we have somebody from this council representing us at that table at the cost that it costs this township, to make sure our voices are heard. So I would accept the appointment, and I would work diligently at SSEA to have an alternative as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Yes, and thank you, Councillor Bocek. I would happily step aside for Councillor Bocek to assume the position. Suffice it that he is able to do so and wishes to do so. And if in the event that it is agreed that a delegate can be assigned, then perhaps I can put my name in the hat for that.
May I therefore suggest to council, we say that council appoint Councillor Bocek, and as an alternative, Councillor Graziano, as Councillor Graziano as council representative on the Severn Sound, and then we'll go with that motion to SSEA to get their agreement to it. Okay, so I'm going to remove you as a mover on this, because you were the suggested mover, and put in Councillor Hazelton. So I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council receives a request from the Severn Sound Environmental Association regarding council representative on Severn Sound Environmental Association Board, and the council appoint Councillor Bocek and as an alternative, Councillor Graziano, I'm writing as I'm speaking, as the council representative on the Severn Sound Environmental Association Board. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Graziano, for agreeing to be the alternative versus the main representative. I'm sure you'll pay equal amount of attention. All right.
You're muted.
Right, I apologize. So our next topic is Hutchinson Environmental Sciences Limit Agreement Extension. Our planning department, the entire planning department will be speaking to this matter.
It'll be a very short discussion
Smith.
then, I hope, or not discussion, but a very short presentation. The township has used Hutchinson Environmental for many years. It's its peer review agency. They've certainly provided outstanding service during that period of time. Although maybe some would contest that if you know what I mean on the other side. They, like every organization, they are starting to struggle a little bit with some staffing, but they still seem to be able to provide the customer service that we're looking for in terms of engaging with both applicants and their environmental consultants themselves and moving forward on peer reviews in particular. We use them mainly for environmental impact study or statement peer reviews, which tend to be the bulk of the environmental studies that we look at. So there's quite a bit of work, I guess you could say, that goes that way on those particular applications. They were engaged by the township by contract a number of years ago. That contract is expired or has expired or is shortly to expire. We did reach out to them to see, and there is a clause in the contract that does allow the township, if we were satisfied with the service, of course, to move forward with an extension. We reached out to them. We asked them to update both the figures that they provide per hour. Things have changed, of course, over the years. And of course, what their staffing complement is, so we can at least make sure that at least some of their senior staff, if not senior staff, that they have qualified staff on hand. And included in your package are both the staffing they have and their due hourly rates. We are recommending that the township extend a contract with Hutchinson Environmental to provide the peer review services that they do at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to read the motion for your consideration, then we'll see if there are any comments. I see hands raised already, but the motion in front of us is moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Predko. Whereas Hutchinson Environmental Services Limited was retained by the Township of Georgian Bay to deliver environmental consulting services in February 2020, and therefore be it resolved that council authorizes the mayor and clerk to sign an extension agreement with Hutchinson Environmental Services Limited. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bochek, please.
I've got a couple of, one question and then one suggestion. In terms of the question, is this exclusive? In other words, can we engage anybody else to do similar work, or is it an exclusive contract?
I don't believe it's exclusive. And in fact, I don't believe the agreement, although I have to double check, I'm sorry, that it specifically limits it to environmental impact studies. I think we would, based on their ability to do reviews in a timely manner and their comments back to us, and if we needed additional help, like we do with planning services at the moment, to reach out to where we need to in order to have some timeliness in a review. So the answer to that is no. And we would, again, look for others if required to meet workload.
So if I could just add in here, if I may, and that is a bit of a suggestion. And I realize that most of the work that we'd be calling Hutchinson in for would be environmental studies, and there are others that we can use, of course. But I also believe that from time to time we need site evaluation reports, and that's sort of the first step, so to speak, in the planning process, or can be. And I wanted to ask our planning staff and our CAO to explore the possibility of engaging Mr. Greg Mason, who provides this service for the archipelago. He provides site evaluation reports at I think, quite a reasonable rate. And he's got the knowledge, in particular, what I might be suggesting in this case, although I'm not sure he couldn't do anything in our area, but in particular on coastal Georgian Bay, he has a ton of experience and would recognize at a moment's notice the fish habitat, and on I could go. So I just think CAO Mariotti and our planning department give some thought to this, because I think we may be able to add another, sort of tool to our tool belt in terms of solutions related to planning approvals. So that's the one suggestion. Greg Mason from the Georgian Bay Biosphere might be willing. I've asked in the past, and he's indicated that he would be willing to do some of this work. So it's worthy of at least exploring. Thank you.
Thank you. CEO Mariotti, please.
Yeah, just thank you, Councillor Cooper. And actually, we are meeting with the Georgian Bay Biosphere, I believe either later this month or early next month, to talk about what kind of services they can provide for Georgian Bay Township.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, and thank you for your report from the complete planning department. But there was no report really attached to this item E, so there wasn't much to base it on. So I have a few questions. Perhaps if you have a pen handy, what you can't answer today, you could get back to me on. But A, they're asking for an extension of an agreement. The terms of that agreement would be important for me to understand. The cost, whether it's a retainer or whether it's a pay for review. Do they provide simply a peer review at our constituents' cost or at the applicant's cost, or does the township incur costs directly from Hutchinson Environmental? And it was said in the delegation this morning from SSEA that they never hear from our environmental people asking them for their information that they've compiled or gathered. And I think that's something that is important, because if we're paying SSEA to do a whole bunch of work and then Hutchinson gets involved, perhaps the information they need is already there and they don't have to go and charge us a huge amount of money to redo it. Something that Councillor Edwards had said year after year after year is, if we're engaging in all these different environmental or science-oriented companies, that we have some sort of system where they collaborate and they share information, so that we're not paying twice for information that we have already procured. So if you'd like to comment on any of those, or if you'd like to get back to me on any of those, I'd appreciate it. But I think the public would probably like to know what Hutchinson does for us, what it costs us, and what the terms are. Thank you.
Well, first to our clerk, and then to see, I don't know if Mr. Smith or Mr. Mariotti want to respond, but to our clerk initially.
Through your worship, to Councillor Bocek, the reason there's no documentation attached to the agenda is the only documentation we have right now regarding the extension is just their list of hourly rates that we would be charged. And this is proprietary and confidential information, which is why it's not published on the agenda. It is something we could provide to council as a whole, but it's just not attached on the agenda. So apologies for that confusion. So that's kind of the piece we're at right now. The original terms was for 2 years, and this was part of an RFP process when the original agreement was signed. So this is just us agreeing to continue those services for the agreed upon price. And I don't believe there's a retainer. I'm pretty sure it's a pay per use for their services.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councillor Bocek, we do use the word retainer. The application forms do have on the front of them the requirement at times to submit a retainer for the peer review of various submitted assessments, reports, studies, or whatever. The retainer is held by the township. The work is forwarded in this particular case to Environmental Hutchinson. They charge us back in terms of the money side of things on the hourly rate that is deducted against the retainer. When we get to zero, we go to the applicant and we ask for more money. If there's money left over from the retainer at the end of the process, it is refunded to the applicant. So the money flows to the township for the applicant. We hold it, if you want to call it, in trust. Hutchinson bills us on an hourly basis. It's deducted against the retainer, and again, any money returned is that way. So we don't get me wrong, we still retain some planner expenses for talking to people, but not in terms of the peer review in that sense. In terms of information, the role of Hutchinson in a peer review is to review the information provided to them by the consultants. They do use, of course, local knowledge. They've been in this business for a number of years now, of course, and they've certainly looked at quite a few of the township's environmental impact studies and hopefully gained information and knowledge basis from that. So that is establishes the basis of the comments between them and the applicants that are the consulting firms that submit the information to them to begin with. A number of the firms are also working in the area, have been here for quite a few years also, and begun to sort out the information that's available, the information that we're looking for, and the type of comments that they get back from Hutchinson. So information that is available from SSCA is certainly always valuable, and we're hoping that consultants as a whole are reaching out and using that information from M&R, information from DFO, whoever, in terms of providing a complete environmental impact study at that particular time. So, yeah.
Thank you. CEO Maradi, any additional comments, or that you got it covered? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you. Start with, at the time we gave Hutchison the contract, I believe there was another consulting company who we also approved as an alternate, SLR Consulting. And in both cases, it was not exclusive, although we, I think, endorsed or embraced Hutchison first. So I think there is another consulting company out there, but I guess the key point is to Councillor Cooper's question. This is not exclusive. We do have SLR Consulting, and I'm delighted to hear from CEO Mariotti that he's having chats with other organizations, because there are lots of sources of expertise in this area. A side comment on SSEA. If you look in the action item tracker document, you will see requests that have come from council to staff to ask SSEA for information. I'm not aware of any information that's ever come back. I don't even know if the request has gone out there. But there are resolutions which we have passed that have asked SSEA to provide input, and I'm not aware that we've received any of that yet. I think one of the key things that I would like to highlight about Hutchison is that our contract planner, JLR, have informed us at a previous meeting that they have been working with Hutchison to provide and prepare terms of reference for various environmental studies. And so I think it's absolutely critical, given that working relationship and the fact we don't have these terms of reference documents in place, that we would continue with Hutchison as a key consulting relationship. But again, not exclusive. We continue to explore other paths for other circumstances, but absolutely I would endorse us renewing the Hutchison contract, especially because of this key terms of reference work that they're working on. Thank you.
Thank you. So to remind council, I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Predko, whereas Hutchison Environmental Services Limited was retained by the Township of Georgian Bay to deliver environmental consulting services in February 2020. Be it resolved that council authorized the mayor and clerk to sign an extension agreement with Hutchison Environmental Services Limited. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And our final item under new business is the KPMG closed report. The motion in front of me is moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that the KPMG International closed report dated January 13th, 2014 be circulated to mayor and council. CEO Mariotti, I believe you want to speak to this matter.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. So, yeah, this motion has been brought up Obviously, Councillor Cooper had brought this matter up at the last special council meeting, budget council meeting. And so after doing some investigation, it is possible for a current council to review a closed document from previous councils, and what is required is a motion to be passed, for the current council to have a look at the at the historical document. Obviously the document is an old document. It goes back a decade, and obviously a lot of time has passed. A lot of things have changed. So what I would have to do is prepare a covering report that would basically summarize some of the changes that have happened, not just within the township, but obviously changes that have happened through legislation at all levels of government, to update council as to what aspects of this report is relevant and what aspects are not. So having to do that is going to impact my, my workload. I was hoping to have the STR report out, an amended STR report out next month. If council wants me to work on this, I can do that. It just means that the STR report is going to be pushed back by a month. I did briefly review the document. There have been quite a few changes that have occurred since then. Obviously, like I said, at the municipal, provincial, and federal level, there have been policies that have changed. There's been more downloading onto the township from those days, and really, COVID-19 has turned everything upside down. So you have more people who are staying up here for longer. And that simply means that we need to maintain a certain level of service for that increased, number of ratepayers who are staying here. So again, it'll take a little bit of time to kind of look at the doc and kind of feedback to council if they do wish to look at this closed document as to what some of the changes have been.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bocheck, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Well, thank you. And Greg, well, you've probably read most of the report, and the meat and the potatoes were important to this council during our budget deliberation time, especially moving into the second and third draft of that budget. There is some information in there that is important as far as staffing levels and things like that, which would be a good reference for council to read, but I don't think that it accurately applies to where we are today. I've read the document twice. It's quite a lengthy document. And I think that anybody who does read it moving forward has to take into context that we're in 2023 and not 10 years ago, and things have changed immensely. So as far as prioritizing your work, Greg, that is solely upon yourself. But as far as an urgency to council goes, I think the material that is in that document may help with some of the budget decisions moving into the 2023 budget. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, and it's good to see this come forward. I really would suggest that it might be advisable for our councillors to have access to this now without a cover examination from our CAO until he gets the time to do it. In the meantime, we can read it and, make some observations and so forth. In fact, I would have a number of observations that not that this is the KPMG report is totally relevant, but there are some areas where it is relevant. And I would like to see that released to council and then have our CAO, when he has time, to come back to us with some feedback. But I think it's important that not only is it related to the KPMG report, but even the Black Line report. I have had some back and forth, haven't finished it yet, but back and forth with CAO Mariotti with respect to some of the data that was actually used in some of these reports. That's really, when you go back and look at them, you say, wait a minute, why would KPMG, for example, use population numbers that were from the census, 2,500 residents, when in fact we have 18,500 at the time. So that's concerning that that was part of the considerations. But I found a few things in the black line report that is also concerning, and you know, maybe skewing our thinking significantly. So want to explore that further, and I think other counselors could give feedback as well. So my suggestion is that we release this to our counselors so we can read it and learn from it a bit, and then maybe give some feedback, etc. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
I'm a big fan of sharing information, and I would hate for CEO Mariotti to have to invest time to kind of go through the report and filter things out. I think from what I've observed, our new counselors are pretty spot on when it comes to reading and digesting information, and I think sharing that report with the caveat that it's 10 years old or whatever, and may have some out-of-date information, but I think it provides a window into what took place a while ago, and with the understanding that it's a dated report, but there may be some value in reviewing it, especially given that we have a much more current Blackline Consulting report, and you know, where there are consistencies between the two that might you know, be perceived as valuable. So I would encourage us to be open and transparent, which I think is one of our key tenets. Be open and transparent, share it, and then engage in discussion later. Thank you.
If I would just make one comment before going to Councillor Predko. I mean, open and share it, but it is a closed report, so we shouldn't actually be sharing it with other people when if we just choose to have it released to us. I think it's important to yes. Councillor Predko, please.
I did want to just also provide the comments that I think that if we had access to the report sooner rather than later, there's more benefit to us be able to look at the intent of the report rather than maybe some of the specifics, knowing that time has changed, legislation has changed, and the township has changed. But at least we'll know what they were intending and what the direction of the report was. And especially where we are with our budget conversations, I think it would be very helpful to have that additional context, even if we need to, you know, use it with a little bit of caution.
Thank you. I'll just add my comments before we go back to Councillor Bochek and Councillor Cooper. I'm, you know, the resolution simply talks about that the report is circulated. It doesn't talk about CEO Mariotti doing an analysis of it. I think that I personally don't have an issue with the report being circulated. I think it has to be stamped with huge letters. This is a dated report. I repeat, this is a dated report, and hope that council has the intelligence and wisdom to recognize that it's most of the data in there is 9-10 years old. I think having CEO Mariotti postpone a matter that is of great importance to our constituents in order to do this, which is of great importance to no constituent directly, it would be a mistake on our part. So from my perspective, I'm willing to support the motion, but not that CEO Mariotti postpone other work in order to do an analysis of this, because as he's said, and we should recognize, this is a dated report, many things in there. The environment 10 years ago was different than the environment now, and things have changed. So it's a historical document, and as long as council recognizes that, I think we can move forward. With that, CEO Mariotti, I'll let you respond, and then we'll go to Councillors Bochek and Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. And thank you for council's understanding of workload. However, if it's really best practice typically when a report goes from a third party goes to council, that there is a covering report from staff, just to qualify, from the municipality itself, where does this report impact us? Totally fine with not doing a covering report. However, what that means is that when council does review the closed report, they will have to obviously, how can I put this? I can imagine there will be 100 questions coming back to staff, and why was this, and why was that, and why was the other thing? So my thought process is that if we can give a summary before that closed report is issued, it will probably help answer a lot of questions that a lot of councils are probably going to be going through. However, if council just wants to have the report on the face of it, then that works for us too. There is another open report that I believe Councillor Bocek was probably referencing, which is an open report of, say, KPMG. That is a much bigger report, 88 pages, and that does contain a lot of beneficial information, because the closed report really stems from the open aspect. So really, if you want to look at the closed one, you should really be looking at the open one that gives the whole background to the municipality, demographics, financial situation, etc. So if council wants to look at the closed one, then let's also provide you with the open one first.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
In a very similar vein, I was going to mention to our new councillors that 90% of the KPMG report is an open session, and only about 10% was in closed session. And really, it was up to the council of the day to act or to put into place remedies. At that time, council did not. The recommendations in the report were both for council and staff to review. And I think that 10% that is in closed, we should have that brought into closed and discussed together as a council and move forward from it. I don't think there's a lot in there that is going to impact our budget, but what we are going to do is look into a little bit of the history on how we got to where we are today and what we need to do moving forward. So I'd like to see it as soon as possible as well, Greg, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Graziano, please.
Well, thank you. And I just wanted to, I'm sympathetic to what our CAO is talking about. I think we do need to look at both reports, absolutely, and share those. And one of the things that the closed report will do for us is also give us a bit of a summary. That's what the closed report does. It takes the sort of the most critical recommendations, whether they're good ones, bad, or indifferent. I think they're there in that summary. And we're big boys and girls here. This is confidential. We know that, and we need to treat it that way. It's not a public document at all. But I think as far as being beneficial and somewhat helpful in our budget deliberations, it would be good to have this information and shared ASAP. So that was what I wanted to get across. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would find value in CAO Mariotti's comments in advance of the report being issued, but I do also echo everyone else's comments here with respect to urgency in circulating this document, because I would like to also have an opportunity to review this in advance of our upcoming budget meeting in February. So thank you. That's my comments.
You're muted, Mayor. You're muted.
Sometimes I'll learn. Maybe. I doubt it. But thank you for that. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that the KPMG International Closed Report dated January 13th, 2014 be circulated to Mayor and Council. All those in favor? And that is carried. And I see, sorry, Councillor Bocheck, could you explain to council how to use Teams instead of Zoom?
That's only, yes, that's only applicable to the two not here for closed session.
Okay.
We're not quite there yet, but
Okay.
yes.
You are muted again, Mr. Mayor.
Heck. We have 5 bylaws to pass and then we move into closed session. So I'm going to propose we get through these 5 bylaws. I'm hoping that they'll be fairly quick. And then have whatever resolutions Ms. Way wants us to, motions to do in order to go into closed, take a lunch break and then open up and close. I don't think we have a guest in closed. So therefore, even though it's scheduled for 1 o'clock, we may do it at 1:30, depending upon how quickly we get through these bylaws. That's my proposal. So let's go to bylaws, and I believe that means the clerk's taking over. Or you just want me to read the resolutions? Okay, well, you're taking over because you got to hand them to me. The first bylaw, moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council enacts bylaw 2023-002 to provide for an interim tax levy for all classes and to provide for the payment of taxes. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council enacts bylaw 2023-003, which authorizes temporary borrowing to meet 2023 current expenditures pending receipt of revenues in accordance with section 407 of the Municipal Act 2001. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council enacts bylaw 2023-004, appointing members of the Committee of Adjustment. All those in favor? And that is carried. Be it moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council enact bylaw 2023-005, appointing members of the Georgian Bay Public Library Board. All those in favor? And that is carried. Oh, okay. And finally, moved by Councillor Bocheck, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council enact bylaw 2023-006, appointing members of the Committee of Adjustment. All those in favor? No, we already did Committee of Adjustment, did we?
Oh, sorry. It's
Nope.
planning about- It's copy and paste.
I'm totally the victim of my clerk.
Copy and paste for this now. Sorry.
Okay, be it resolved, the Council Act bylaw 2023-006, appointing members of the Planning Advisory Committee. All those in favor, and thank you for catching that. That is carried. All right, now, Madam Clerk, do you want us to go into close before we break for lunch, from a motion point of view?
Yes, that would be easier.
Well, we like to do things the easier way. So, moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Whereas section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended provides authority for councils of municipalities to close the meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if subject matter pertains to a matter identified in section 239(2). And whereas the Council Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2). 1, the council closed minutes of December 12th, 2022, and 2, an HR update, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, labor relations, or employee negotiations. Now be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay does move into closed session at 12:35 All those in favor? And that is carried. And so now and I think for the benefit of anybody, before we stop the recording, we'll go into close, we'll discuss close, but coming out of closed, we only have the confirming bylaw and adjournment. So for our general audience, there's not much more to hang tight for. Because you're not going to see us other than passing a closing bylaw at the end of coming out of close, just for everybody's general information.
Question for you, Mayor.
Correct. And
Councillor Cooper, sorry?
Just a question.
Yes.
In terms of going to closed, are we going in closed on this Zoom or are we going elsewhere?
Over to our clerk. Thank you.
so, yes, everyone who's in the chambers can stay in the current link and they won't need their computers enclosed. For Councilors Bochek and Cooper who are remote, I just emailed you a Teams link. All you have to do is click on the link and it'll open in a web browser for you to join us. And we will have a separate camera and system in there.
And I'm proposing that we do that at 1:30. That we'll start our discussions at 1:30 in closed.
Okay.
All right. Thank you to everybody. Thank you very much. Council and appropriate staff. We'll see you at 1:30. Thank you. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna say. All right, are we ready to roll?
You're there. You just.
Okay. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the Council of Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 3:38 PM. All those in favor? All right, and that is carried. Thank you. And we have a couple of motions coming out of close. The first one being moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council adopts the December 12th, 2022 closed council minutes as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. And finally, we have, and I'm going to give a very quick background before I read this resolution, and that is that we had a very good discussion in regards to some human resources update matters. And a very good, and I would call it a very positive conversation. However, I'm afraid the resolution is pretty simple in that it says, moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Jarvis, be it resolved the council supports the CAO's discretion to consider discussions regarding the HR updates, item 14D, in closed session. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And before we get to the closing down of this meeting, our fire chief, Tony Van Dam, has offered a quick update in regards to the Hydro One questions we had earlier today. Chief Van Dam, I'm sure council would appreciate receiving that update.
So while you were in closed session, I contacted Ontario Hydro, spoke with the operations people, and hopefully that Go Home Lake area will receive some power prior to the January 31st date. It's currently, the issue is some hydro poles need to be brought in by helicopter, and with the winds, it's unsafe to do so. But the helicopter has been booked for this entire week on that project. So they've got some days where they can allow for wind, and but it's a priority on their part, and they're doing their best to get to it. So, and they will, they're just looking for the date to come and see council, and they have no problem to have further discussion with you.
Well, thank you very much for that update. Appreciate it. And with that, I am moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by, I'm going to say Councillor Cooper, because I don't think Councillor Bochek has been able to sign in yet. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2023-007 to confirm the proceedings of the January 9th, 2023 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 3:42 PM until January 30th, 2023 at 10 AM or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned. However, of course, don't forget, tomorrow we're meeting at 9 o'clock for planning council, and followed by committee of the whole tomorrow. And then the January 30th date referred to here is of course for no, now I've slipped my mind. That's our legal review, legal file